Well, hello, 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 everyone. It's that time to just hang out, chit chat about anything, whatever's on your mind, crochet, talk about what's wonderful in the world, or even what's not. Ah, good page again. Mm-mm-mm. I want me to cover you up. Yeah, because it's chilly. You want me to cover you up? Mm-hmm. How about that? Ah, all right. I don't mind being here. I like my company. I like my company. Ah, let's see. That will go right there. Oh, hey there. Hello. Hey, mamas, what you doing? Oh, I'm still crocheting this little thing. I'll bring the camera down a little bit so you can actually see me working on it. Hi, Mason. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see a couple in here. Sirloin. Oh, oh. Remember, I ate raw solo today. Sirloin, you ate? Oh, no mice? Ah, okay. Oh, why it's not working, right? Maybe I unplugged it. How about now? Can you hear me now? Hey, stop. You sounded like you were in a bubble. Oh, I was probably sitting on my mic because I forgot I had it pinned to my shawl. So I keep it up there so it's out of my way and I can find it, but I forgot to put it on. Yeah, I was laying on it. I was sitting back on it. Yeah, forgot it was there. Yeah. So I sound better now? Do I sound better? Can you hear me now? Now? How about now? Can you hear me now? Was that some sort of commercial for a cell phone or something? You haven't heard anything? Okay, getting things closed down. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yep, carnivore cheeseburger soup. Oh, that sounds so good. Uh, I I'm pretty sure I've made that before because that sounds really familiar. Or I've watched someone make it or something. Carnivore. Whoops. Carnivore cheese. Burger casserole or soup? Here it is, soup. Ooh, they're putting bacon in it. What? The Austin police cops are not looking for mom's garage. My son's funny. Ugh, sorry, my son just discord a picture of where I used to live in Austin. All the police officers in a line on bikes, not motorcycles, but regular bikes, street bikes. And the color of the uniforms is the color of my garage. So I Austin bicycle cops are out looking for mom's garage. He's so silly. So that's what he just sent me. Back to cheeseburger soup. So it's Hamburg. I love soup, so soup's my jive. He's when I talked to him a couple hours ago, he was about 3 miles from his home. So he's probably home now or real close to it. Actually, it's 10 o'clock, so he should be home. He must have just got home. Heavy cream, cheese, cooked burger meat, and bacon if choose. I would choose bacon. Oh, where did it go? Oh, it's this one. I want to look at this one. Let's make bacon cheeseburger soup. Cook up the hamburger. Add beef broth. Okay. Cream cheese. Okay. Heavy cream. Add shredded cheese. Oh, this is good. So this is all carnivore. It is all carnivore. Heavy cream, butter. Yeah, that's all carnivore. Oh man, that looks so good. Oh my god. I gotta remember that. So beef. I'm gonna have to put all that on a list. I'm gonna put it on a list. Get this stuff when you're going shopping next. Get this stuff. That does look good. You gotta make it too. Let's see, Hamburg, fry Hamburg, add butter. I'm gonna say 4 ounces because that's what it looks like. Cream cheese, beef, and bacon, and sprinkled cheese, shredded cheese, shredded cheese. Oh, and beef broth, and it was heavy cream. This really looks good because I love soups, and it's getting to be that timing. So yeah, I could see me wanting to make that. The only thing is, cheese sometimes bothers me, so we'll have to see how it goes. Doesn't mean I can't. How great does that sound? Oh, and yeah, I think it sounds great. I'm gonna buy the stuff next time I go shopping and make it. See, see if it. I react to it. As often as I react to it, if I don't swell up, then I can eat it. because I love cream cheese. Cream cheese is probably my favorite of all cheeses. I like it in everything. I just I just love cream cheese. I'll even do, like, cream cheese on just toast. I used to, as long as they were the baby ones, the baby sweet peas. Are you congratulating me for getting what I needed? What do you mean? What happened? I did get my 114 rows of ribbon and oh, so you did both, and my 171 stitches, and then I stopped for the day. Hey, Judy and the big Italian, how you doing? How's everything? I'm soloing. I had overall soloing this morning or this afternoon or was evening. I'm not sure. I love eating artichokes that are in oil. They are really good. And those are all gross to me. I hate artichokes. Yuck, 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 yuck. One of these days, it's one of those things where you have to really like them or something. I just never. To me, that it's all slimy, and I just can't get over that. Almost like it's spoiled. That spoiled, slimy. Ugh. I love spinach. I do love spinach. Uh, I'm not going to be eating that for, I'm sure, for at least another good 6 months. That's at the very least 6 months. I kind of grew up eating weird foods like that. See, I wasn't. I wasn't. I'm a sleeping. I'm sleeping for longer amount of time. Victory. Hey, that's great. Victory's victory. I was sleeping real good for like 3 weeks, and then lately it's like I wake up after 2 hours again. I'm right back to waking up early, so I don't know what's going on. I like when I was starting this and I was sleeping all night. I bought a vegetarian can of beans from Amazon. It does have seasoning. It's a dry food. You put water in it to make veggie good. Well, I'm glad you. Yeah, I just couldn't eat that, but everyone's got their own taste and their own likes. What's the weirdest food you ate when you was a kid, Nikki? Oh, you took it off. I wonder how our friend is doing, the one that went to the ER last night. Frog legs was the weirdest food I ever ate as a kid. Ugh. My parents loved served fried. frog legs. That's different. It wasn't so much I grew up eating weird food. My dad was a doctor with a very picky taste, so therefore it was always the best of the best filet mignon, lobster, you name it. Oh, wow. Lucky you. I didn't hear you. I was talking. No, I think I was saying something about Light Star's frog legs. As an adult, I ate alligator. It was good, and you would have never know it. You would never know it. I came from money. Now would you? Uh, I didn't come from. I've seen people growing up that were poor and stuff. I really didn't, but my parents weren't a doctor, but they had like manageable, like managing positions in their workplace. Um, so we lived comfortably. We didn't really go without. It's just my mother cooked weird stuff. Yeah, but I think you're being treated unfairly, to be honest. My parents were not wealthy at all. My dad was self-employed until I was in the 10th grade. She was a stay-at-home mom until she had to go to work or they lost their house. Oh, well, I was a black sheep. I didn't care if you're red, blue, white, black, purple, had money, no money, which as hell I respected you as long as you respected me. Yeah, that's pretty much how I was too. Brr, brr, brr. I wonder if I put this over here if you can still hear me. Hear me still? I keep hitting it with my arm when I'm crocheting, so I took it off. So hopefully you can still hear me. And out of four kids, I am the one who can get by with the least amount of money. Yeah. So where are you as far as the? Jesus, that scared me. Something just fell off my wall. Um, I have a mouse in here or something. Where are you as far as in you're at the third? Okay. I'm the oldest of four, and I've always felt the black sheep too. Two older sisters and a younger brother. Oh, That must have been hard to deal with having two older sisters. Ugh. Is Hi, Midnight. Hello, hello. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you. Now I see it for hours, but it really is grandma. But really, I'm our sidekick, so it's ours. Yeah, it's ours. You and Jen. So how you doing, Midnight? What did everybody have for dinner tonight? I had a burger. I am so proud of myself today. My daughter's birthday was today. My youngest daughter, her birthday was today. And everyone wanted takeout to this particular place called Roosters. Everyone put in their orders. I said I didn't need anything. They came to the house. They're eating chicken and all that good stuff. And I didn't eat anything because I was thawing out my burger. And I didn't eat any cake either. I just said, no, I'm not, I don't eat cake. But here you go. But oh, that those nachos and those chicken wings, it all looked good. Ah, told you. What? Oh, I guess it was to somebody else. Hello, all. Hello, Pena. Yeah, I didn't touch any of it. Then I stayed for company, with them and stuff until they left. And then I cooked the burger, came in here and ate it, and came online. And I was like, no. I even cut the cake, you know, packed up two slices for my husband, and so I didn't even touch it. McDonald's has a special six McNuggets, fries, and a soda drink for $5. See, to me that's way too much money. Ah, hi, Sylvian, official. I am so happy for you when you finish your walk today. Aw, thank you. I'm glad people are watching them. I really didn't know if anyone would even be interested, but it seems like people are interested in my walks. Tomorrow you get, I do. I get my bacon and eggs and my celebration steak. That's right. And I'm going to eat it on live at 8 o'clock tomorrow night Eastern time. I'm going to sit here and eat in front of all you guys and just enjoy it. That's my plan for tomorrow. I don't eat honey bacon. Too much sugary, sweet stuff. So that's what I plan on doing. So you guys are all more than welcome to join me for dinner. Bring up your plate. Bring up your plate, and we'll have dinner together. Bring in your burgers or whatever, carnivore, keto, and I'm there. Okay, that's what I'm doing tomorrow night. Celebrating loss of 26 pounds. Celebrating that I'm no longer on the 7-day beef challenge. I can eat freely in carnivore. I can go back to eating bacon and eggs. Tomorrow's a glorious day. I am ketovore and had a burger with a bit of homemade tacos. Took youngest through the drive-thru at Taco Bell. Got cake and sweets for the 17th birthday. I haven't touched though. I'm I'm always I'm always there, even when you eat that nasty slime and no good smelling liver. I might have to bring some as a side dish, Nikki. Or maybe I'll put it right that liver right on top of that steak. But I am going to enjoy it tomorrow night. So everyone bring your dishes from your from what however you live your life, and let's sit down and celebrate victories. We'll celebrate victories tomorrow night. How's that sound? Oh, John's in the house. Hello, John. Have you seen the aliens? Uh, all right, so does everyone know about the giveaway? Because I've been watching the videos and no one's commenting. I mean, they're commenting on the video, but not for the giveaway. So I hope everyone understands the giveaway and what you have to do. Okay, you understand? I've seen yours, Nikki. I think so far I've seen maybe three of yours. But there's only like maybe three people that are responding for the giveaway. But you have to say something, either giveaway or put those two arrow ups. You can just put that in your message. You don't even have to say anything. Remember, Brandy doesn't count. She thinks she doesn't. I don't know why she thinks she doesn't. Yeah. So you can just go back and throw the up arrows or just put giveaway or just something that has to do with that. Because there's like hundreds of people that are watching them, but they're not here in the lives. Or yeah, you can even put giveaway. Yeah, you can do that too. As long as I know it's something to do with the giveaway, the arrows up, something prize, anything like that. I mean, it's great that you guys are commenting. That's fine, but I want to make sure that it's people that I don't know that you're listening, you're paying attention to the rules, and you're on how to win, and you're doing it. I'll put out a video tomorrow of it again, And maybe the people that are watching and making comments will actually understand you have to say something about the giveaway. I mean, like I said, it's great that you guys leave comments. I love them because that's what gets me through. I smile and it feels good, and I go out and do my thing. If it wasn't for you guys, I probably would have already given up that first night when I tried to go and walk, and I was all breathless and barely could make it to the car to be able to rest on it. And I watched that today again, and I was like, wow. You've come so far. You have inspired me so much. Not in here, in any video that you see those little what you have next to the giveaway midnight. If you put that in, your name will go on a wheel. It's just something you can do that, but something in the replay of any video that has that in the title. So if you see those little arrows up in the title, do the arrows up in that chat or giveaway or something, and you'll go into it. You go on the wheel. But you got to just let me know that you're commenting because of the giveaway. And the giveaway is just a mixture of things that's got something, like you'll have something like red salt in it, or Redmond salt, I should say, not Redmond salt, Redmond's. It just a couple of things, and then it also contains yarn too and crocheting because that's what I like. I'm gonna turn you all into crochet. All the carnivores will be crocheters, and all the crocheters will be carnivores. Ah. So it's like a mixed bag between the two things that I love. That's what I say every time I tune in. Wow, I started watching during your third day. Wow, really? That's what I say every time someone makes a comment like that. Wow. I won't remember to do that, but will continue to enjoy watching. Well, there you go. Okay, now any video that you see those little arrow up signs in the title, you can just go ahead and make a comment giveaway, and your name your name will go on as many times as you answer, like each video. If there's 5 videos and you put your name in for a giveaway on each one of them videos, then your name goes on the wheel 5 times. Yeah, you can just do that. What Nikki's doing. Just so that I know that you're there to comment about the giveaway. And this is all appreciation for getting us up to, 1,000. Well, now it's over 1,000, but I put it on the wheel. I'll look at all 5 of the videos. I think this one will be number 4, I think. And then I place it on the wheel. But if it's just a comment and it doesn't say anything, like doesn't give me any hint, like the arrows up, I don't know what they call them, arrows up, I guess, that symbol or giveaway, it doesn't go on the wheel unless I see that. And I think that's really fair. And I know some people say you have to be a subscriber, blah, blah. I don't care. I mean, hopefully it's not a non subscriber to the channel, but hey kids, how's everyone doing? Hi Kay, how are you? I'm doing good. Oh, um, I had to answer my daughter. My daughter just messaged me. Crochet fire hydrant? That would be cute. Um, that fire hydrant idea you had today was crazy. Sitting on it? You mean that one that I had during my walk? Is that the one? Ah, tangled up in place. I I kept looking over at it thinking, that's public property. I could go over there and sit on it. But then there's this big cap on the top like this and it stood up about that far and I'm like, yeah, that would just that would just yeah. But it did make me smile at the thought of what I was thinking that I wasn't gonna admit to. Sitting on the fire hydrant. Where are we going? Where I'm not going. Uh, yes. I was wondering if anyone was going to comment about that. I told you. I say the first things that come to my mind, and oftentimes I wish I would just shut my mouth and just keep walking, but I can't. I just talk about anything that comes across my head, and it's like, I don't know. They almost think I'm crazy. I don't know why they're watching. But I'm surprised they're not sending the guys in the white jackets to come and get me. Oh hush. No, I was tired and I needed a place to sit down. And the only thing available was a fire hydrant. and I just like, if it was smooth, maybe. Hello, Patty. Did you want to be on the subject fire hydrant? Oh, well, I'll get my friend Patty to crochet kind of talking about a fire hydrant. Maybe Lord knows what. Fire hydrant goose? No, hydrant goose. Oh, and I didn't. I have never seen that fire hydrant there until I really needed a place to sit down, and then I noticed it. I'm never gonna see that fire hydrant again the same. Never. Every time I walk past it, I'm gonna be, that might be an interesting sit down place. That would have got you so confused. You know what? Tomorrow morning, I'm going to walk up to that fire hydrant and I'm going to say, should I? oh my God. That's so funny. That's funny. You know I'm going to do it, right? Just because Midnight said it, I'm going to go out. I'm going to walk up to that fire hydrant and just go, Shania, you know, I wonder if I can put no, I'm not going to say it. Oh, shit, I will. A vibration plate on it, right? You know where I'm going with this? Put that in the thumbnail. Got that ooh la la, ooh la la. Yeah, yeah, you totally should. All right, guys, you asked for it. You can't, you can't, you can't dare me. Oh, that's too funny. I can't believe I'm even thinking about just sitting on it just for the hell of it. Maybe I should do this one after dark, guys. Not mid morning as everyone's getting up for the day and sees me sitting on a fire hydrant outside. My day, like, stuck on fire hydrants. This may be a night video for sure. Oh, shit. Oh, guess where I'm going after this video? I'm gonna go out and smooth talk that fire hydrant. That's what I'm gonna do. Now I can't miss tomorrow's 11 o'clock live. Mm. Ah, ah. Hello, everyone. I see we are discussing the now legendary fire hydrant video. That was super funny. Oh, jeez. Uh, uh, I didn't really think anyone would take notice of me considering sitting down on that thing, but I was getting desperate. If that walk would have been a little bit longer, I might have attempted it. Uh, uh. Good night, Farrell. Farrell Grandma. I didn't know you were in the room. So hello and catch you in bed. You did say anything goes on the yeah. Maybe who knows? Maybe tomorrow night at 11, I'll be doing live channel from sitting on the top of that fire hydrant. You never know. Anything goes. Uh, God, that was a good laugh. Thank you for that. Labor Day special. Ah, that's funny. Whew. No, I walked about the same. Well, I walked up. No, it's about the same as I did the other day. I just walked up and went down. I walked up to the corner, walked down to the other corner, and then turned around, came back. I was going to think about going further, but there was so many people out. You know, one person, okay, but there was people everywhere. It was like all of a sudden everyone decided to come out of their house. It was freaking me out. I said, all right, that's it. I've had enough. I'm going home. And they were all like, you know how when you're walking by, everyone's like turns their head and looks at you? And it's like, I can't do this anymore. If they would have just not paid attention to me, I would have been fine. I get it. The fire hydrants looks very inviting. Yeah, especially when you need to plant your butt down on something. My name, a guy, mine is a guy named Jericho and his jock strap. Yeah, that too. Yeah, there's a couple of things that I have to use safety pins on now for tops because they go down too low. They're just too big for me, but I know, I know. But the thing is, here's the thing. I buy my clothes big to go over my belly because my belly is so big. It hangs down. It's just a huge apron and it hangs down to my knees. And so I feel too self conscious leaving my house or without a shirt that goes down over my belly. So when you like this is very big, but it goes down below my knees and covers those areas that but the sleeves are too long. The sleeves I have to roll up because they go like way down. It's too big. But I've had this for a while, but I I usually get like a size bigger, although this one's gotten really big. You know, I have areas I have to hide, people. And so it's big enough to fit my belly, but then too big up here too. Yeah, she's here under the blanket. She's sleeping. She's always in this room with me, always. She the only place she's not with me is my walk, but eventually I want to get her on the walk too. I have to track down her best. Hello, Lisa's blessed life. Hello, Lisa. 18 in the house. My goodness. We got 18 here. Blessed crazy life of hydrants and firemen and walking and aliens and oversized clothes and cats that are driving me crazy and eating your toes. That'd be one heck of a dead end. Yeah, wouldn't it? But oh, yeah, it would be. My luck, I'd break it, something off and it'll shoot me right in the ass with water. What I miss. Your hand don't seem that to be much information. I was getting desperate. My legs, my back, I was sore, I was breathless. I just wanted to sit. My body was screaming, just sit, just sit. And I kept trying to get around, trying not to think of the pain I was in, and just keep moving my body so I'd get close to that place to sit. I was like, oh my God, I need to sit. I need to sit. I need to sit. Just let me sit. And I knew if I sat down on the ground right then and there, I'd never get back up. They'd have to call the fire department to come get me up. Trust me, your crack would have hurt with that cap and you took up your tush. I know. That's why I didn't sit on it. Did you hear back from no? But I told him my story. That's okay. It's all right. I still admire him. He doesn't have to answer me back. I admire him. I'm sure he gets tons of mail. Um, no, no better. I'll kick him across the floor, making sure I didn't miss anything. Looks like I have wake up my honey snoozing in his chair all night would probably hurt. Yeah, I sleep in a chair in my husband's recliner chair all the time. Once I wake up from my bed, I'll go to the bathroom, then I go in the office. My husband would be already up. And I sit in his office in his recliner chair and fall right back to sleep. It happens every day, just about. Don't be surprised if he pops in one night. I have been in lives where he pops in. Oh, okay. We'll see. I know he likes being with Homestead How. I would probably faint if he. Yeah, I would end up bawling my eyes out if he made it to one of my lives. I did watch the one where he mentioned me. Yes, I watched it. I think last night after I left, and I thought that was very nice of him. I think he might have been in here because his name looked very familiar, and he might have been in here. But I'm really getting surprised because he's like maybe the fourth or the fifth channel that has brought me up in some way. My husband, no, no. We would just have to tell him, don't know brown rice and aliens. The air hose to his mask wouldn't reach to his chair. Yeah, yeah, that's true. He is the one who told me to. Oh, okay. Do you regret it? I hope you're enjoying it here. I think you told me that last night. And so I went ahead and pulled up his thing and left it in the background so when I got out off from being live I could go watch it. I think I've watched many of his stuff before because he looks very, very familiar to me. Lisa, good morning. Well, it will be morning in another hour. Good evening, Lisa. Now we got two Lisas in the house. I love it. We got lots of grandmas. Well, I'm glad people are enjoying the videos. I keep saying I never know what I'm going to talk about when I leave the house. I just don't have a clue. So I'm glad you guys are watching them and enjoying them. It's just I go and walk and just speak my mind pretty much. Hopefully, I never turn somebody upset or angry or I'm sure eventually who can how many walks can you watch before you get bored. September in 1 hour. My birthday's coming in 11 days then. I truly don't believe that I will not need to prep in my lifetime. I'm 62. Will not need. Where are the walk video? They're on the video page of this channel. Every day I go for a walk and I do a video. I think I only missed one day. Only one fire hydrant, one huge garden of flowers, and one grandma. Tell her she did that. Her sitting on a fire hydrant wouldn't be damn funny. I found them. I was looking in the wrong tab. Okay. You didn't see it earlier, but I recommend what I do. I carry a folding lawn chair for like camping just in case. Ah, I'll have to look into that. It would have to be a light one. I used to have this thing that looked like a disc, and you could carry it over your shoulder. And it's made for up to 500, and you unfold it like it looks like an upside down unfoldable cup, and you put it down and you can sit, but you can carry it crosswise on your shoulder. Now I have one. It's been here in this house, but I can't remember what I did with it. I can't find it anywhere, or else I would do that. It's it's under three different things they do, and it's for every 15 minutes. So every 15 minutes, he's going to do one for Discord, one for the channel, and one that has to do with carnivore. I haven't changed them up yet. Yeah, I'm just testing it to see if it's really bothersome. See, when I made out the list, I did it all at the same time, so it's on that same 15-minute cycle. Well, at least I put 15. I hope it's minutes. Okay, I can figure it out. Okay. You know, I know eventually I'm going to walk in other places, but I feel that for right now, these walks are helping me build up strength and endurance, and then I'll be able to venture off. I got that. I was thinking, I can use that electric. I got that cart, scooter, I guess you'd call it, for the disabled people that have a hard time walking. I have one of those, and there's a park like a half a mile from. I've been thinking about taking it to the park, driving it to the park, and then get out and walk around in the park one day instead of that. And I think they have um, a path that goes around the block. That is going to be this Friday at 6:30 Eastern. This will be my first ride. I'm new at this, guys. I don't even know what the heck I'm doing. I don't even know what to expect. So I was over there and I was watching a couple of her interviews and stuff. Don't look that bad, but I hope I can figure out whatever it is I have to do to be there. I have no idea. I am not, all this stuff is hard to figure out. To Mindy, hold on. Let's see. Cindy's. Oh, I'm getting it. Copy. Whoops. Did that go not go through? No angels. Now, if you go on her on her channel and you go to under her live, she's got she made a picture thing of me. I had to send her 3 pictures, and she made a thumbnail. And I saw that, and I was like, oh god. But you can see my first picture before starting keto and carnivore last year. I hope so. I hope there's people there that I know. Now, someone else asked me too to do an interview, but they never got back to me. Cindy did, so I accepted it. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, she does a lot of interviews. That's what I noticed. Is is this for the same blanket? Yes. I got one more panel after this one, and then I start putting all the panels together. Welcome back, Lisa. Keep hearing dings. I'm gonna have to turn this off. I think that's where it's coming from. Do you like putting the panels together? Um, I'm gonna look forward to it just because I'd like to get this project done. That's all. I think I'm gonna look forward to it, but it won't be hard to put them together. It's not hard. It's super easy. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it on my desk though. We'll see. I might have to do it in the kitchen table. Yeah, it's just that I'm ready to move on to another project. I'm ready, but I just want to get it done. Um, that is going to be beautiful when you get it put together. I hope so. I hope it is. 8. Hello, Neptune. Yes, it is an Afghan. It's got 18 panels to it. It's called the Mala Minute, and it's quite long, but I have 18 of these made. And the center is different colors, and they're going to be all stitched together. It's going to be a massive, I think it's going to be a pretty long Afghan, actually. It's a pretty long Afghan. Yeah, it is an Afghan. It's going to be pretty big, at least pretty long. I don't know about how wide it will be, but it might be pretty long too. Pretty wide. Do you crochet midnight or knit? Crochet and knit? Your wife does? Oh, is it your wife that she sells stuff? Was it you that was telling me that? They had a wife that crochets and sells. I stopped walking at night around here. There's a pack of some animals that have been stalking me in the cornfield I carry, but still. Dang. A pack of animals? What kind of animals? See, now that would scare me worse than people, I think. She just sewed like four oversized cozy sweaters that she has to make now. Oh, wow. Four. Oh, man, sweaters. That's going to take some time to do. Oh, I made that in the wrong place. Oh, darn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll put it there. Yeah, I did. 100 each. Coyotes, panthers, wolves, wild dogs, etc. Yeah, if I knew I had that stuff around, no, I wouldn't be walking at night. Hi, Andrew. Welcome to the chat. Most scared of the pit bulls here and the Rottweilers because none of them train them right or raise them right is true what I would say. 1, 2, 3, 4. Funny story. Grandmother, my grandmother knitted, and my grandaunt crocheted. They each taught me their preferred craft. There was a little bit of competition. Yeah. Ah, yep, I would say that was true. I can see that happening. It make you feel guilty every time you did one or the other one or the other craft. Yeah, I seen that. I watched Bill Knott's video today. He plays the guitar beautifully. I'm surprised really that he doesn't play more often. He's only done it a couple of times on his channel. Oh, yes, yeah, he was. Back when he was a lot younger. He even has a picture of him. He's handsome, handsome guy. Oh my God, he was really handsome when he was younger. He had the whole, like the long hair, rock style type of look. Yeah, I really wish he would put out more videos. Maybe after he gets his new car. I like watching him. Like watching him play and listen to him. He's really good. It's odd that you say that because I was just talking to my husband about that. That I can see us probably next year going to some of the meetups. I was a bummer that I was just getting back into it when they did the one for Columbus because now I would have definitely gone to it now, but not at that time. And it was like 2 weeks ago. They both are producing beautiful things. I think it would be fun to go to one of those meetups. I like the going to the park and walking idea. Yeah, I figure probably in a couple of days, I want to get my endurance ups and then go for it. I got to get brave, and I don't want to do it on a weekend either, because then it might be a bunch of kids there. I lost. Hang on, I lost that a long time ago. What'd she lose? Oh, her mind. Uh, I like going to the park and yeah, I do too. I want to do a couple of different things. My daughter was telling me about there's some places like waterfalls and stuff. So, because I said I need walking ideas, and she said, well, you can always go here and there, and because I don't really know Ohio, I want to go to the local cemetery. That would be a good walk to do on like right around Halloween. Wouldn't that be creepy? Walk around and read the tombstones and stuff. No, thank you. They built my high school, and when they built their new campus above a cemetery where my grandfather was buried, what do they do with all the bodies? How do you build something on top of a bunch of bodies? I'm not sure if I believe in ghosts or not. I'm not quite sure. I think maybe. I think I've even seen a few. Oh, it overlooked the cemetery. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking that was a real bad thing for them to build a high school right on top of a school. That's kind of weird. Some people walk in a cemetery in Sydney. I used to when we lived in Sydney. When I was younger, my mom used to go blueberry picking. So we all used to go blueberry picking in a cemetery. There's wild blueberries everywhere. I want to say so much believe in ghosts as I do Casey's dad and brother doing stupid shit to drive us crazy, and they're both dead. Ooh. Um, I'm not gonna say I don't believe in aliens, um, but I'm not gonna say I don't. I'm not gonna say I do. I've just never been proven that they exist. I think the likelihood is very high that they do exist. I can't imagine, and all the things that we know about our history, that most likely there was aliens on this planet at one point. I mean, you even look at some of the ancient, paintings and stuff. They're showing like spaceships on them. I mean, it's not like they're birds; they're actual spaceships. So it's like, why would they? Yeah, space is so bad. There has to be life out there. Yeah, it's just so big. We're not the only universe. I mean, it goes on and on and on. There's got to be other more advanced and even some that's a lot less advanced than us. So I don't really, or it may not even be aliens. It could be time travel. It could be another time, an era like 2,000 years from now or something. We don't know. So that's why it's like, I don't want to say no, I don't believe it, and I don't want to say yes, I do. It's one of those places where you just don't know, and it could be anything's possible. And if I say yes, I do believe in it, then I have to say why, and I have no reason why really. It's just that it's possible. I I think I might have seen a spaceship once, because I remember as a kid seeing something very strange, and even my parents thought it was strange. We were all in the car together, and my father quickly stopped the car, and we saw this bright light above the car, like uh, way up in the sky, but above the car. And then suddenly it split in two, and one went real fast across the sky, and then another one came out the other side and scooted the opposite way, and then the one that was in the middle went up into the heavens, went you know way up high, like further away. So, and we were watching this, and I was like, wow, that's the craziest thing. But it was one bright star. It broke off into two bright stars. One moved off, and then it broke off into another bright star, and that one broke off real super fast. Was it a UFO? It was a UFO to me. Unidentified flying. I didn't know what it was. For all I know, it could have been some military thing. When you lived in Texas, did they ever tell you about the train tracks in San Antonio where kids' ghosts push you across the tracks? No. I do remember one night while living in Texas, I was getting going home from work, and it was heavy traffic. And on the radio, it was a live radio where people were calling into the police saying that there was a large spaceship in the skies over, like where I was at, like what's the name of that town? Georgetown, and there would be Leander. There was a couple of other towns right there. Rock, what was that? Round Rock, all in that area. There was supposed to be a spaceship, and I kept looking up into the sky trying to see if I could see it because I'm going down the highway towards all those towns. I never did see it. but I was expecting to see it. But no, I never heard of the train tracks like that in San Antonio. What about Bigfoot? Uh, Bigfoot could be aliens for all we know. I do believe that there's probably a Bigfoot. I think a lot more is going on our Earth than what we really even know about. So why not? It's possible. Do you really think, as a human race, we know all about all the different species on this planet of animal life or whatever life? Most likely, these Bigfoots live under the ground, underground, like in caves, and they only pop out once in a while for whatever reason. But who knows? Anything's possible. Who knows? It could be. It could be Bigfoot, really, the aliens trying to reproduce with humans, and that's their offspring. Bigfoot. That's a possibility. Anything you can come up with is a possibility. And you wonder why I love going to the ocean, but I'm afraid of everything in it. Yeah, I love going to the ocean. I told my kids I would love, love, love that my ashes, because I'm going to be cremated, was blown over the ocean, but in Maine. All I understand is a whole bunch of kids were killed in a bus accident on those tracks by a train. That's so sad. I think it's all interdimensional. It's possible too, John. I thought of that too. That's why the pictures are always blurry. 80% of the oceans are still unexplored, so technically speaking, mermaids could exist. Exactly. We don't know. Until I see it with my own eyes, I can only question it. But I'm not going to say no, it doesn't exist, or no, aliens don't exist, because I don't know if they do or not. I think the likelihood is that most likely they do. Justin Blair. Hello, Justin Blair. Um, do you think DJ Lagway can lead Florida to the national championship? I don't even know who DJ Langway is, but anything's possible. I don't know who he is. Can you crochet me a Bigfoot? Ah, a Bigfoot. Ah, a fire hydrant. No, but I might sit on one tomorrow morning. Thank you. How's your night? Mine's going great. I have all you guys here, keeping me company. I love it. I can crochet and chit chat, and life is great. I'm sorry, midnight, but the memories don't make sense to me. My ashes are getting buried with my exes. Okay. I don't want to be buried. I want to feel that freedom. Well, not that I'm going to feel anything, but my ashes being spread over an area where wild horses exist. I think that's cool, Kay. Why are you maybe sitting on a fire hydrant tomorrow? That's funny. You obviously have not watched my walk today, Justin. Shame on you. We have a Jersey Devil here in South Jersey. I'll try to do better. Uh, you should have tilted this. You should have titled this live, Am I going to sit on the fire hydrant tomorrow? Gonna hunt. Maybe lots about gonna hunt, I see. Gonna hunt. Gonna hunt. Ugh, I don't know why I keep yawning. My goodness. Okay, there's one thing you don't realize about me. Shall I tell you? Well, of course. How do you get into crochet? Oh, you want to know how I got into crochet? You really want to know that? I can tell you. When I was about, I'm going to say 9, 10 years old, my mom used to crochet and she knitted too. But every Saturday, and this is probably why I got to thinking about this, but every Saturday she went to the neighborhood center and a whole bunch of women. I'm going to say it was a huge room, not quite the size of a gym, but it was a good sized room. And it would be quite a few tables of women sitting around the tables doing crochet or knitting. And it was just a gab place, where they all got together, crocheted, knitted for hours. It would be all Saturday afternoon. We'd go there about noon and would head home about supper time. We'd get home, my mom would start supper. So it was a good like 4 hours. And she did this every Saturday religiously. Now there was 4 kids in the family, and I got to go into the room with all the crochet ladies because I was older. I was like 10, and all my siblings were younger. So they went to the toy room, toddler room, whatever, the playroom, and were babysat. So while I was in there, I would play with the yarn and try to crochet too. I tried knitting too, but I couldn't get knitting. And I ended up crocheting, but everyone was right-handed. No one could teach me, and I was left-handed. So I had to pretty much sit across from people and crochet. My mom didn't have the patience. So the other ladies would work with me. I think they just thought I was a cute 10-year old, you know. But that's how I got into it. And then I just fell in love with it and started crocheting. Now I do it because it brings great memories of my mom, you know. And my brother came into one of the lives one night and saw me crocheting. And I reminded, I'm sure, because he said something about I crocheted like my mom. Do you have other pets? There is one other pet that lives in this house. I don't let him in my room because he likes to his tail wags and he knocks everything over, all my yarn and everything. He comes in here sometimes, but he is a pit bull. He's actually my daughter's dog, not mine. The only one I actually have is Baby, my little sweetheart. Yes, you're my little sweetheart. And Baby has all kinds of shorts on the short section of the channel. I did shorts of her. That's what I did first before I started doing this. It was crochet and baby. Oh, you can answer for me. That's all right. Sometimes I don't see the question, so they go right by me. I don't think I let anything go, especially fire hydrant, brown rice, alien spaceships, firemen. Oh. And each one of them has its own special story. I'm sure everyone here has heard the brown rice story, so we don't have to get into that one. I know I just don't want to be able to think about being rude. Oh no, I don't think of you as being rude. What was your favorite meal your mom used to make? My favorite meal my mom used to make? She had two dishes that I make nowadays. They're not keto born, they're not, well, actually, quite a few. But she would make what my did. Um, she made what we called American chop suey. It's just a pasta dish with, you know, like a sauce, a meat sauce, and I love that. She also made what we called O'Brien's goulash, and that's a poor man's dish, and that's just fried potatoes, onions, sliced hot dogs, and then egg over the top after everything's cooked. And that was one of my favorites. And of course, she did things like lasagna. And of course, we had the beans and hot dogs and Greek chicken for me. Yummy. Oh, nice. I'm sure those ladies love that. Oh, instead, Nikki, you got lobster. You got all the good stuff. My whole garage is filled with yarn. Oh my gosh, I need to go raid your garage. When I think of my mom, what outfit do you imagine her in? Like a blouse and stretchy pants, loafers type shoes, maybe sneakers sometimes. Sometimes she wears t-shirts. Depends on the time of day or where she's at or if she's camping. I don't ever recall her ever wearing jeans though. Not that I need any more yarn, even though I keep buying it. She buys good yarn on sale. Well, I don't really buy much yarn myself. My daughter buys me yarn when I do her laundry. So that's where I get my yarn from. So every 2 weeks she takes me to the yarn store and I get a couple of skeins of yarn. People that have so much yarn, it's incredible. There's one lady that does videos. She's helping her mom unpack like a trailer of like hundreds of totes, plastic totes full of all different kinds of yarn. Man, if I could just have one of those totes. Is that who it is, Yarn Geek? I just love it. And it's just so much yarn. And it's all the yarns that I would love to use and make something out of, you know. And I see that yarn, I'm like, oh, if you could live anywhere in the world, where would it be? Um, it depends. Do I have to have the money to pay for it? Or could it be all paid for? I think I would want to go if I didn't have to pay for it. I loved London. When I visited London, I loved London. I would like to go visit there again and maybe live there and retire there. But what's my next challenge? What do you mean, my next challenge? Both times you went to the Bahamas, you came back divorced. Well, you better not be going to the Bahamas no more. Ah, Scott. Yeah, most people go to the Bahamas to get married, and here you're getting divorced. You're doing it backwards, Nikki. I only go to New Zealand because that was the one place that I had that no one in my family ever wants to go to. Oh, what are you going to? Oh, into my diet. Okay. Um. Well, tomorrow I start another 30-day challenge. I'm doing the 7-day beef challenge right now. So tomorrow I'm going to introduce eggs. I'm going to have eggs over my steak. And then I'll do eggs for a couple of days. Make sure I don't get no swelling in my feet. I'm trying to figure out what could be causing off and on. And it might be nothing, it might not be. I know cheese bother me. I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything that spikes my sugars or anything. Yep, I'm going to do eggs, then bacon. But tomorrow I'm starting out with eggs first because I've been dreaming about them. And so eggs are going to be next. What is your go-to karaoke? It's going to have to be a song from Meatloaf for me. Meatloaf. I love Meatloaf. And it's Paradise by the Dashboard Lights. There you go. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Yes, I love that song, Paradise by the Dashboard Lights. Bad Out of Hell. I even had the album. But it's weird that you say that because sometimes me and one of my daughters, we would go to karaoke. They'd all want me to get up and sing Meatloaf with them. And I have. And that's only because when they were kids, my favorite group was Meatloaf, them grown up. And we used to all stand up on the dining room table and we all had brushes or spoons or whatever. And we'd be singing Meatloaf along with Meatloaf. Barbara, what type of knot do you use when joining yarn? Um, Depends on, like, are you talking about when I'm changing color? I don't join yarn otherwise. I don't know what you're asking. If I was adding another color to this, I would leave the tail, or right. I would just, let's see, what am I doing now? I would go like this and go around and leave 2 stitches on my hook, and then I would bring my yarn that I'm adding to it through, and then I would just tie my string together, if that makes sense. I don't know if you could have seen that, but I don't knot my yarn first. I make a stitch and leave 2 on there, and then I add the yarn to it like a stitch. I'd have to do it to show you, but I hope you know what I mean. Yeah, some people just take it, make a knot, and do it. I don't do it that way. It was wonderful meeting you, Barbara. I hope you have a wonderful night. You too, Justin. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you come back again. Nope, I produce magic, but it's not called a magic knot. Let me see if I can do it. I gotta find some more yarn. See, it's too hard to show anyone anything when you're doing it on this. But I would just, like I'm doing double crochets, I would leave 2 leaps on, 2 leaps, 2 loops on, and let's say this is my new yarn. I would take it, make a little loop like that, bring it on here and do that, and then I would tie my end to the old end. I would tie the short ends together and then continue on. So I don't really do a knot per se. Fire hydrant, anyone? I'm gonna sit on that dang fire hydrant and squish all the way around and even do loops and I'll dance on it tomorrow morning. I tie the two ends together in the square knot and then hide the tails. Yeah, everyone does it different, but I hide my knot, my little loop, my little ends in, but I always combine it. And usually, if I can, I'll do it at the end. Yeah, I just do a square knot. I do it like what how I just showed you, doing it within a stitch. Square knot it, and then cover my yarn with my stitches. So even the yarn is covered. Hey, Cindy, welcome, welcome. I do, I do a magic knot until my end, but that's okay. They don't come apart. Nikki was probably one of the first. She actually came in the middle of me telling a story, and she hasn't left since. And I can't even remember how that story even started. I don't recall. My favorite moment. Well, it was my daughter's birthday. For me, it was my daughter's birthday. So to see her receive a gift of something that I made for her was awesome. And she loved it. She received one of my crocheted blankets, and she hugged it and just loved it. She loved the colors. A person sitting on a fire hydrant and the aliens coming. I am working crocheting my third hat since winning this yarn. Wow, okay. Yes, you do. I want to see a picture. We have that community page. You can post it there or in Discord. What brings you in a good mood? I'm usually always in a good mood. Hey, Dustin. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you, yeah. Well, I've been trying to catch you, but I always forget what days you're on. I got up and was sitting at my computer getting dressed to go, and there you was. I was like, oh, 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 I gotta catch him. Gotta catch him. Welcome, Justin. Where have you been? Welcome to her crazy crochet live tonight. Ask her about the fire hydrant and the fire pit. Ah, life has been hectic taking care of son's dogs while he's in Japan, trying to get things ready for our other kids to move back. Oh, so how long you gonna be watching the dogs? When I crochet, I should take the last and I appreciate with, and take the new yarn, crochet over it. I try not to make knots. Oh, okay. There's so many ways to connect. Everybody does it different. Oh, okay. So you're almost over it. A little time left to go. So when do you go live again, Keto, Dustin? I think it was Tuesday. Is it Tuesday morning? Do you like roller coasters? As a child, I did. As an adult, no. I don't like heights. Neither do I. God, that plane sounded very low. Oh no, no. My granddaughter's 18th birthday was this month, and my son, her father, took her to go jump out of an airplane. Isn't that crazy that he would do something like that with his daughter? Not bungee jump, but jump out of an airplane. How many grandkids? Let's see. Emma, and he's got four, and then he's got one, two, three, seven, eight grandchildren, and one great grandchild that I know of. My goal is to go zip lining, but I have to be under 180 pounds. Oh, absolutely not. All right, it's sleepy time. Hopefully, things calm down a bit soon so I have a little bit of time. I hope so too. I hope so too, Dustin. I'm looking forward. When's your next live before you take off? When's your next live? When's the next live? I want to try to schedule it so I can be there. Oh, I think he already left. What was that? When's the next live? What day? So I can schedule it to try to get there. I'm going to write it down right now. Tuesday at 10 a.m. Oh, geez, right at my walk time. All right, maybe I can get up early. All right, 10 a.m. I'm going to write that down. Dustin, 10 a.m. Tuesday. Thank you. What I ought to do is make the darn bot tell me every 15 minutes so I can remember it. Ah, look forward to seeing you too. Grandma's Dustin's life is Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, thank you, Nikki. Have a great night. You try to work further. I don't know. It depends on how my legs are so lame tonight, and hopefully they clear up for tomorrow. But I'm gonna try. I always try to go a little bit further if I can. Hopefully, I can get up a little bit earlier before people stop. I have a lot of social anxiety. It's weird. I know. Here I am doing this, and I can make videos and post them. But when it comes to people watching me, like in real life, I get my anxiety. I'm cutting back on my anxiety medication, so I'm not sure if that has a lot to do with it. But I actually like I can feel my blood pressure rise. I feel weak in the knees. I start to like shake and it's almost like panic, you know. It's like I'm trying to get it so it's not so bad. It's not as bad as what it used to be. Because before I wouldn't leave my house. So I spent pent up in my house for a spell of about 3 years. I never left my house in 3 years. And then we moved to Ohio, so I had to leave my house. I had no choice in it. And then I spent 2 years again in my house. So I'm slowly getting out of my house. So I still have a lot of anxiety issues over that. Yes, yes. Uh, that's not it. Oh, I don't know if you can see it. Can you see that? I don't care. You guys know my name or not. It doesn't matter. Oh, you can't see it? Let's see if I can get it so it shows. It's sertraline. Sertraline? Nobody get you a med. Sertraline, 100 milligrams. Well, they wouldn't get my meds if they went down there to try to pick it up right now because this is my last bottle. I have to go back to the doctor's. Yes, that's the word, Zoloft. But it has helped me a little bit. But I want to try to get off from it and not have all my panic stuff come back. So I've been like slowing it down. Did it help you? Hello, Cindy. How have you been? I haven't seen you for a bit. Yeah, it's helped me. One, two, three. The cat snores. I know I've been busy. Been going through my junk to get rid of and getting my crochet stuff out so I can start crocheting again. I made a small carnivore creme brulee today. Ooh, how'd it come out? So the question is, do I start to do my double troubles? Yep, go for it. Go for it. Well, I'm glad to see that you're going to start crocheting again, Cindy, or try to. Was eating was eating donuts. I ate my creme brulee. It was good. It helped my cravings. Ah, I haven't had a donut in so long. I'm almost literally half tempted to count how many I have to do, but then again, I may run away. Ah, others were eating donuts. I was not. Yeah, I was in that same situation today. Had a birthday party for my daughter, and it was takeout food, all kinds of takeout food. And I didn't eat none of it. And I didn't eat the birthday cake either. And you know what? I didn't even think to even have it. It was like, nah, um, nah. So I held strong too, Cindy. Vicky, this is the last one, the very last panel. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I used to work at a job where I did 12s and I did 12s overnight. So I worked from 7 at night to 7 in the morning. Now, I used to stay awake till 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, but now I'm usually ready for bed about, I don't know, usually stay live, um, what did I say, to what, about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, and then take a shower and go to bed. Yeah, around 2. So in about 2 more hours, we usually close it up. We go live on average about 4 hours a night on average. Tomorrow night, however, that's 8 o'clock till about 9:30 Eastern, and then right around 10ish we come in for this live. This live's every night. Just a place to hang out, chit chat. It's not a place where you may or may not want to go every night, but pop in now and again if you're bored and lonely, and just like-minded like-minded people here. I have fun. I enjoy it because I'd be sitting here crocheting with nothing anyway. I sit here and I watch my news channel. I watch this on my other screen. I watch the world news. So I pretty much have an idea of what's going on in the world. I'm bound and determined to do a 90-day challenge. Yeah, I don't like to say I'm going to do a 90-day. I like doing it 30 at a time so I know that I can make that challenge a reality. If I do 90 days of anything, I feel like I can't get there because it's too far. So I might fail. The same thing with walking. I had someone, you going to try to go further tomorrow? And I don't really want, I try to, but I don't know if I can. So I never, I do like short little, I want to at least go as far as I did and try to go a little bit over. But depends on my legs. Jeez, that pain's real, guys. It's like I start out fine, but then, jeez, my legs say, I live in uh, Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. I almost gave you my old one. I live just outside Austin, Texas. Well, not anymore. Where do you live, Lisa? I know, right? We'd have to go for breakfast or coffee, meet halfway or something. Earthquakes going on around, and today I think they said it was someplace 300 people died due to earthquakes. It is cold here. What's cold? 70 degrees? Cold to me is if it's under 32. Otherwise, that it feels usually pretty good. Are you on your hotspot? No, thank goodness. I was all day though. My internet was down all day. I don't know what's going on with it. It's freaking me out. I'm gonna have to go and get something else, another service, because this is twice in 2 years that I've had to call them to come out with internet issues. And each time they said they fixed it, and each time they really didn't. Like Midnight Man. I am like Midnight Madness. I don't like my coffee black. But creamy. I drink my coffee black and no sugar. Black and no sugar. Which I didn't bring in here tonight with me. I didn't make any. I'm just loving on you, honey. You're in there snoring so loud. Just worried about you. That's all. Oh, you live in Colorado. Wow. Um, not real. I mean, they might upper state Ohio because they're along the that big lake. But down here in Columbus, to be honest, this just doesn't snow that much. I mean, last year it snowed two different times that left like more than 2 inches, and one of the times it stayed for about a week or two, but it's usually melts really fast. It has not had a lot of snow in Ohio since I've been here. Like we'll hear that a snowstorm's coming, or even a rainstorm for that matter, and usually for some strange reason, yes, you can, yes, you can midnight. Usually everyone does. Even my kids call me grandma, yeah, or Grammy. I'm used to being called grandma. And the reason why they do really is because um, when my daughters come over, they have kids. So their kids say, Mom, Mom, Mom. And we both go, What? So now I'm known as Grandma. My daughter's is Mom. So even she calls me Mom, Grandma, Grandma. I never met my grandparents. Aw, well, that's sad. They were in Croatia. I met one in a half set. I was born here. Oh, okay. Ah, Colorado. Well, I always think of that song, Colorado. Um, oh, what is it? Colorado. I can't remember how it goes. That John Denver one. Colorado skies. I got called grandma yesterday. I don't even have kids. I'm 63. I guess I'm grandma to my dogs. Rocky Mountain High. There you go. I've never been in Colorado, so I don't know if I'd like it or not. But yet. Never been there. Oh, okay. Although I do like the hot springs up there. I know, right? I lose them all the time. I'm constantly buying more, or I gotta make more, or something. Like I had some on my desk the other night, well, last night. Do you think I could find those babies now? No. Um, well, let's put it this way. I retired in 21, and now I retired in 2020 because of COVID. It was right smack in the middle of COVID. I went ahead because people I knew were dying of COVID. I said, that's it, I'm staying home. And so I went home New Year's, I think it was 2 days before New Year's Eve in 2020. And I did not drive until March 2023. And that was because my husband had a stroke and I had to get back and forth to the hospital. So that was 3 years, 2.5 years, 3 years then. And I haven't driven since. I'm too big. I can't fit behind the steering wheel. I mean, I could squeeze in between the steering wheel and everything, but my problem is that my belly puts pressure on my leg because it's so heavy, and I can't lift my leg to get it from the gas to the brake and vice versa. It's too hard. So until I lose some of this weight on my leg, so I can lift my leg from one pedal to the next, I don't drive. I mean, I could drive if I go and get my car so I can do that on the steering wheel, but I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to lose weight until I can. If I was just going to do like country driving or something, no. You might think so. He has to remember to lift his foot because he had a stroke and he lost mobility on one side for a while, so he had to go through physical therapy. But he has to remind himself to lift his foot. He's on disability because of it. Um, he also has problem with aphasia, so sometimes it's really cute when your husband's talking to you and you have no idea what the hell he's talking about. He thinks he's talking fine, that he's coming out with all the appropriate words, but he isn't. So sometimes it can be kind of weird and you have to figure out what it is he's saying. Like I gave the example once and he actually did this. I probably said it on the channel even. I went to go see him when he was at the rehab and I said, so what you have for breakfast this morning? And he said, slaughtered eggs. And I said, slaughtered eggs? What the hell they do with the eggs? I had no idea what he was talking about. And he kept saying, slaughtered eggs. It's slaughtered eggs. And he kept saying it over and over again. And finally, I figured out that what he meant was scrambled eggs. So what he does is he says his words of the word he's meaning starts with the same letter, like S, like slaughtered, scrambled, you see? And so it's like every time I talk to him, it's like playing a game of what word am I saying that begins with whatever. So if he says body, it's just a word beginning with the letter B, and I have to figure out how he's using it in a sentence and figure out what that word is. So it's always some of the things he says is just we all have fun with it, and he knows we are. And we tell him we're not laughing at you. It's just some of the things you come out and say. It's just you can't help but laugh, and just smile. And sometimes you just don't have a clue. But he can he can say small talk, like he can say, how are you, or it's all that small talk that you do, like I'm hungry, or I'm going to take the trash out. He'll say that kind of stuff most of the time, right? It's just small talk. But when he's telling you something that happened, you have no idea what that story's about at all. You're just totally, totally lost. And that's the type of stroke he had. He had it in his communication part and his some of his physical. But he's also been showing a lot of signs of forgetfulness. He doesn't use like his pronouns correctly. Instead of she, it's always he. So he gets the genders messed up. It's not that he doesn't know the difference. It's just that speech wise, he thinks he's saying she, but he comes out saying he. It's a really weird cross connection. And I can ask him, what's our account number to our bank so I can transfer funds? And he's right out at it. He knows right just exactly. So he hasn't fully recovered. But man, I'll tell you, there's some days. Like I was his sister. I've been his mother. I've been introduced as his grandmother. He was born in 1949, which he wasn't. He thought the president was Eisenhower when they were how they ask you questions it was so weird. And he would even argue about it. Yes, I was born in 1949. No, honey, you were born in 1965. So I don't know what the heck happened in 1949 unless he's been reincarnated or something, which I guess could be. So we sort of got over. I used to be really angry because he would say something like, and I should be mad, but now I was mad at first. But he'd say something like, for an example, "She's pretty, but you're not," or "She's skinny, but you're fat," and not realize. uh, yeah, but he actually was thinking. I think, at least I don't know, but he calls. Like he'll call. Like my friend came, and he knows her. He knows her, Mary, but he'll come in and say, Michelle's here. And I'm like, Michelle? Who the hell's Michelle? He goes, Michelle. Yeah, he does that all the time, though. I could even do that, but he just does it all the time. And it's always, this constant, let's figure it out game. I'll never forget one day, what was it? My daughter went out and got a bunch of salad stuff to make salads. And my husband has this one part of the shelf that's for his iced tea. He has to have no, everyone knows not to touch that one part. But he wanted to put something in the refrigerator. My daughter had just gone shopping. He goes, "No more farm, no more farm, no more farm." We're all like, "What the hell are you talking about? No more farm?" He said, "Too much farm, too much farm." Ah, too many vegetables, too much food in the refrigerator. Ah. We figured it out, but it took us a little bit. Like, what? Explain, say it in another way so we can try to figure out what you're saying. Uh, it's one of the weirdest things that I never considered before that a stroke could do that to you, but it really can. And there's even a name for it. And I have to like smile sometimes because he used to be fluent English and Spanish. He grew up speaking Spanish as well as speaking English. And he still thinks he can speak Spanish. He used to speak it all the time, and him and the Hispanic people, would be able to talk to him and stuff. When we went to France, most of French people can speak uh, Spanish, so my husband would talk to everyone in Spanish, and they got it. Now, someplace he's got to use the Spanish, they look at him like, what? So he's using the wrong words. He's speaking in Spanish too. Oh. And I just love watching the reactions of everyone when he goes right to town, fluently speaking something that they don't have a clue what he's talking about. So it happens bilingual. Bilingual. He's got aphasia bilingual. So he hasn't fully recovered. And they said that pretty much whatever he has in his speech in 2 years would probably be what he is left with. And he's doing good, though. For the most part, we understand him, but he does carry around a card in his wallet. So if he can't explain himself something, like if he gets stopped by the police, he's supposed to pull out his card and give it to the police officer. And his also left him so that he can't write either. So that's also a problem. I call my kids for their brothers. Yeah, it got real quiet. No one's talking. Got real super quiet. Time for some stories from when I worked in the jail. Well, I'll tell you a story. Well, um, all right, here's one. Officers actually went to jail for this one. So when I train anyone, and I trained almost everybody, I was like the training officer for a long time. And when you're sitting in the control booth, where you have your cameras, you're the one that opens and closes doors, you also keep track of a logbook. And that logbook is like, if it's not in the logbook, it didn't happen. Okay? So one of the rules that officers on the floor have when attending to the inmates is to do 15-minute watches. Every 15 minutes, they're supposed to walk down the walkway and give visual eye contact to every single inmate that's in there. And they're supposed to do that to everybody. And then the person that's in the control room, which would be me or another control room officer, would write it in the logbook. And sometimes would see him on the camera. We don't see him physically because they might go down a back way. So we're constantly watching our cameras. We write things down in the logbook as the night goes on. That's what our job is to keep track of things. So what was happening was some of these officers felt they could sit in the office for a half hour to an hour, 2 hours go by, and then come out and do mark on the because they got a little chart sheet that they do on at the end of each run, and there would be 8 runs to a side. They would just write down the person's name and do all these that they did a watch, but they do 4 an hour and write all down. If they didn't do the runway for an hour, they would still put down that they did it every 15 minutes. But then, you know, but I was always truthful with all my control room officers. I would tell them, if you don't see them doing it, whether it's on the camera or physically, as far as I'm concerned, you don't put it in the logbook. Don't do it. Don't put it in the logbook. So this on for years. There was times that I would catch officers not doing it. I'd tell the sergeant, their supervisor, blah blah blah, back and forth. And then one day, someone committed suicide down one of those runways, and an officer didn't go down there. It was the night that I actually worked. Well, he tried to commit suicide. He didn't succeed, but he tried. And the officers got in trouble. That logbook is the holy grail. Yeah, if it's not in there, it didn't happen. And so if I didn't see it, that was one of the things I didn't write it down. Well, I was working that night, and they came to me and tried to blame me for not doing my job and writing it in the book. And I was like, oh, wait a minute here. You're not going to blame me for not writing it in the book. If it's not in the book, you can go back and look at all your cameras, and all those cameras are stamped by time. You can follow them going down and doing watches, and you will find that my watches that I have in my book match what the cameras got. I got called down into like the detectives' rooms and everything was on camera. Had to tell them my story. I was so mad. I was so mad. I said, "Look, I did nothing wrong." And they're like, "Well, didn't you ever tell a supervisor? Your supervisor, their super?" Yes, I told them multiple times, and I was actually told once to mind my own business, to do my own job. So when officers tell me that, I told everyone that's above me, and nobody cares. I am just gonna do my job. And that's it. That is, if you don't do the job, I'm not going to write it down. I am not going to lie to you. But some people would, some of the control room officers were writing it down, even though it didn't get done, because they knew that it had to be in the logbook every 15 minutes. So when the officers didn't do it, they didn't write it in the book. And so that ended up changing big time. They ended up pressing charges. And they looked back and found out there was so many officers that weren't, they were lying, which is what do they call it, perjury or something. I can't remember now what it was, but a lot of people got in trouble. A lot of officers got arrested. Some of them lost their jobs, and they tried to at one point say that it was me because I didn't write it in the logbook. I'm like, oh hell no, 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 you can't go there. And so, that happened once. Then there's times when there was this guy. He was one of them frequent flyers that always came in all the time. Uh, just for trespassing. He had the mental illness, and he'll get into these spells when he gets off his medication, but he's homeless, and he'll go into a business and just start doing profanity, yelling at the store manager for whatever reason. But he comes to the jail religiously every few months, and he's like the worst inmate ever. And we have a button that we have like a phone that's connected in the intercom system to every single one of those cells. And they would this one particular guy would press the button constantly. But when it came to me, um, for some reason, he acted like I was like his grandmother. And if I was talking to him, he didn't, he didn't give the officers a hard time. He stayed calm. All he wanted was someone to talk to at night, and he would just sit there like a little boy and just tell me all of his problems. And officers would come in and say, "Thank goodness you're working up here tonight and you're keeping him calm," because he's been rough for the last couple of nights. And it's just been rough. They've had to tie him and, put him, strap him down in the chairs. And you don't want to be in a chair, you're naked. Why would you want to sit in a chair, a metal chair, naked for hours at a time because you want to be yelling and screaming? I could never understand that. You got to be there till you calm down. Eventually, you got to calm down. Why would you act like that? You're not going to get out of that chair until you calm down, behave yourself. But with me, when I worked, he was just like a little boy, real sad. And so I would just leave the intercom open for him and just let him talk all night long. Good night, Lisa. But there's been a lot of people that, we had to call backup because one time there was someone hanging in one of the cells and I saw it on camera and I had to call backup because I can't leave my station. Even though I see it on camera, I have to quickly call backup, and then it takes a while. And you're seeing someone hanging, they're dangling or struggling, and it's like back up, back up, back up. It's like hurry up and move, people. They do move; they are running, but sometimes it just seems like it takes forever for someone to get to that cell. And then people coming in drunk on drugs. They they pee themselves. They just stand there and they shake and stop peeing themselves all over the floor. It's chaotic. It's just chaotic. So many drunks. The worst I ever had it was Pat down. My ex had it was, do anyone escape? They tried to, um, but it's immediately locked down. Things, there's no escape. I mean, they have tried. They see a door open. They've tried to run through a door, but so they run through a door thinking they're going to get out, but they can't get off the floor, so no one's ever escaped. Not in the 20 years I was there. Now, they have tried, if a door got open in their cell, they would try to run, but they would be caught because you can't get off the floor. It's not like you got a badge to open up the elevator, or there was an instance where someone did almost try to, in the visitation room, they had, how you got those square tiles up on the ceiling and you can take them, you can remove them. There was an inmate that wasn't handcuffed and he was supposed to be handcuffed to the table part. There's like a little place where he gets handcuffed. But he wasn't handcuffed for some reason. I think it's because his kids were there or something. He actually climbed up past that glassed in area, up through the ceiling, and was able to get down into the visiting place to hug his kid. So he didn't try to get out of the building, but he did climb up through the ceiling. They did fix the ceiling, though. I sometimes miss it, but I enjoyed my job. I wanted to work there forever, really. But I got to the point where, for one thing, um, they weren't treating COVID. Well, they were treating COVID as a bad thing, but they wouldn't like wash their hands. Inmates were catching it because they were watching other inmates that came in that was in medical that came in medical to the jail had COVID. So they were catching it, and we were seeing people unable to breathe, being rushed to the hospital. They were dying. So it was like, I got to get out of here. My best friend that I had worked with for many years died. I was talking to her the night while she was in the hospital. I was saying, "Oh, I hope everything works out. I hope you get better soon." And she talked to me just like I'm talking to you right now. And she was dead by morning from COVID. And then you hear all the stuff like, well, COVID isn't real. People really didn't die of COVID. And yes, they did. There was so many people I seen die that I decided to leave and stay at home and lock myself into my house. But I got to the point towards the end of it where I wasn't mobile enough to get into my job, into the building. Because of COVID, they moved the handicap parking, or where I was assigned parking to, was really close to my office where I had to go to. Um, and they made it with COVID all the way into the another part of the parking lot where it's really far away, and I just couldn't make it. I would have to sit 2, 3 times before I got to my office, and I would be out of breath. It's because I was so big. I was getting really bad. And then once COVID hit, it was 2, 3 years getting bigger. I gained another 2, 3, another 100 or so pounds. She didn't open her presents? No, she said she wanted to wait for you to open them. But you do have birthday cake in the fridge, and there's some leftover. I don't know how much nachos they left, but it was for Ron and your daughter, and I don't know how much Emma left. Thank you. Love you. Yeah, love you too. But I do miss the job. I A lot of stuff happens though. There's never a dull moment. Drunks keep you busy. They're constantly on the intercom, and we're like constantly having to talk to them. So it's just, yeah, yeah. When you see, I worked in the medical field before then, so I knew how to deal with like infectious diseases like COVID, and I could see how they were just not doing it right. And I kept saying, no, you guys need gloves. No, you guys need to put on you know, on a smock, or you need to do this, you need to do that. And nobody was doing it. And they were just spreading germs all over the place. It was driving me nuts. And I told all my people, no, his bleach, I supplied all the bleach wipes and everything, wiped everything down. When you walk into your control room, you don't do nothing. You take 30 seconds and you wipe down the phone, your screens, the keyboard, you wipe down your countertop, your chair, you wipe everything down, and then you sit down and go to work. None of my people caught COVID. None of them. On the other shifts, they did, but none of my people caught COVID when I worked there. The other shifts did, mine did not. Safety first. Protect yourself. And the jail wouldn't supply us with bleach wipes. I had to buy them myself. Can you believe that? They would not give us the stuff to make ourselves safe while we were working. I'm like, this is insane. We have a deadly disease going through the jail, and you won't provide us the stuff to clean our workstations? Really? Yeah, that was messed up. Messed up for sure. But I've had a lot of crazy jobs like that. Before that job, when I lived in Maine, I worked in the OR. I helped set up OR rooms and assisted inside the OR rooms. Not like doing the surgery. It was more like held a held a patient while they were having a spinal tap, or help putting them on the table, going and grabbing. I was the person that was the runner outside the OR, and I could come in and assist with, not interrupting the sterile fields or anything. So that I saw a lot of crazy stuff on that one. Saw a man lose his penis. Yep, he lost his penis. Not in the. I was in a county jail. There was a lot of people that were there for better, but see what happens is they stay in the county jail until they're done with their trial. And so we had a lot of people. There was one guy there that murdered his wife, chopped her up in multiple parts, and buried her all around the state of Texas. Different parts, like a leg here and a head there, and the torso here and there. It just buried her in different parts of the state. We did have people, you know, but once they have their trial and they get sentenced, then if it's over a year, their sentence, they go to the state prison. County is only for waiting for trial, and then if you only have up to a year. But there was a lot of bad people, I'll tell you, that were there, killing their kids. A lot of women there that killed their babies. A lot of women killed their children. All right. Well, he had a boil. He had a boil, and it hurt him real bad, and it was close to his pee. And so what he was doing was going and sitting in a hot tub and staying in the hot tub for hours, thinking that it'll come out and pop, making it come out and pop. But instead, what he was doing was helping it grow. And that mass, that boil, spread to his penis and his ball sack before he even came into the hospital. By the time he came to the hospital, it was already just, it was too bad. It was too badly infected. But sitting in a hot tub for hours every day, if not sleeping in it too, cause a major infection. So if you got to boil, people, don't be hanging out in your bathtub for hours and possibly a day or two. It's not good. I'll never forget. I'll never forget. There was one guy. I worked overnight, so we would see all the crazy cases, right? And this one guy came in through the emergency room, and he had a vibrator caught inside his butt. And they tried to, and he couldn't get it out. So he came into the emergency room to try to get it out, and it was still humming. It was still vibrating in his butt when he got to the hospital. So they tried to get it from the emergency room, try to get it out, try to retract it out, and they couldn't do it. So, so he came to the emergency room. I mean, came to the OR. The OR tried to do it, put him out to sleep, and then tried to extract it from his butt. There was no getting it out of his butt. It was up there way too far. So they actually had to abdominally do surgical and remove it. But the funnest part, the funniest part was the nurse that was working in the OR room with him actually put it in a plastic bag while he was recovering, and the batteries had died. So she went and washed it, sterilized it, and exchanged the batteries with good batteries and brought it back to him in recovery and said, "Yes, I changed the batteries for you because they were dead." When she came over and told me that, I said, "You gotta be kidding me." Oh. Now, how that thing got up his butt, I don't know. But it was the funniest thing I ever did. I still remember that till this day. Ugh. And then there was this other guy, again, late at night, comes in. I should say, this girl came in, beautiful girl, but her boyfriend got mad at her. This guy that she's been dating got mad at her and decided to slice her throat like that. Now, why do you think? She didn't know why he would do it. So we set up the room for a girl. And that's important to know the sex of the person that's coming in, because when you have surgery, guess what? You're gonna need a catheter, you know? And men's catheters and females catheters are different. She gets into the OR room, go to put a catheter in, find out it's not a she, it's a he. So that was crazy. And his boyfriend, come to find out, got mad at her because she wasn't a her. He found out she was a him. So it's just crazy stuff. My jobs have always been, I swear to God, crazy stuff. Exciting though. Never a dull moment ever. You know, never a dull moment ever. Just crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah. It was fun though. Working those jobs. Never a dull moment. It's not like sitting behind, behind a computer in an office, or, you know, cleaning or anything. It's just so totally different. It's like, wow, what? A lot of sadness too, though. That's in the OR. Some kids have it rough. Some kids don't make it. Some people lose limbs. You know, it's really sad. Some people just die. And then you got the middle of the night. They save all the things like the harvesting at night. And so that's always rough too to deal with, especially if the person's a young person. I got so many stories, but that's all right. We can change the subject. But yeah, there's a lot of stories. But those are the ones that are most memorable. Yeah, so if you get a boil midnight, just don't sit in a hot tub for hours upon hours, and keep pouring in that hot water. Don't do that. Well, this is the last panel. So probably starting tomorrow, and I only have that much left. I have to finish this side, and then this is done. Then I just start sewing them together. I got 18 of them to sew together. But I'll be done with this panel tonight, but I won't start sewing them together tonight. Matter of fact, what time is it? 1 o'clock? We got about another hour and we'll close it up. Are you sharing it together? needling, sewing it together. I'm gonna do the whip stitch on it, maybe. I think I will. I haven't, but I guess I could. I mean, a lot of blankets are pretty simplistic, but we could do some. People actually wanted some tutorials, but you have to keep in mind too. I um, I don't crochet the new wave of crocheting. I crochet the old school that's 55 years old crocheting. And sometimes I'll see a new way of doing something and I'll be like, yeah, but I'm not going to do it that way because I'm already set in my way of doing things. So sometimes when people say, can you show me how to do that? I can show you how to do it, but it's going to be the old way or it's going to be my made up way because for the most part, myself left handed crocheting. Um, it's different than right handed crocheting. They used to years ago and years ago and years ago, but they don't anymore. I think it's because I crochet all the time that my hands are just used to it. It did back in the days when I used to be a hand sewer for shoes. I used to hand sew shoes at home when my kids were little. And I had the whole bench and everything, and I'd pound the whole shoe leather onto the little plastic footing and hand sew around. My hands then hurt, and I ended up with some carpal tunnel, so I had a hard time crocheting. But it wasn't from crocheting; it was from sewing shoes, hand sewing shoes. Um, I worked for Sebago Shoe in Westbrook, Maine. No, I don't. I wish I could. It's weird because Ron has taught my kids, my daughters, to speak Spanish. So sometimes they're speaking Spanish so that I don't know what they're talking about. And I think that's unfair because I have no idea. I can say a couple of numbers maybe. I know some from working at the jail, but now I can't remember them. But when I worked at the jail, there'd be things like ice was like for potatoes. I don't know. I can't. No, Papa's was potatoes. I can't remember all the words now, but I used to know the words for all the foods and that were served at the jail. I don't anymore. Oh, and just a hint from for all of you guys: if you ever go to jail, tell them you're a diabetic or you're pre-diabetic and can't have sugar because sugars bother you. Anything that turns into a sugar bothers you. If you don't do that, you're going to be eating some of the worst foods. If they think you're a diabetic, you get things like really beef, real beef. You get beef tips and beef and fish, real fish. You don't get the fake stuff. You don't get the fake food. So remember that. Your doctor's orders, no sugar, diabetic diet, and you go to jail. Who is your favorite carnivore? Oh, that one's trick. That's a toss up between two. And I'm talking about people that have been on the carnivore diet that I just consider my hero. My hero for those on carnivore is Bill Knotts. And if you're a carnivore and you don't know Bill Knotts, I don't know if you're a true carnivore because I think he's probably one of the most well known person that is succeeding. He's weighed over 700 pounds and he's been at this for 2 years and has lost over 300 pounds. So he's probably one of the one of them that I followed the most, and I understand his story, and it just sparks hope for me. He sparks hope because if he could do it, trapped in his cabin for all those years, then I have a chance. I have hope, and that's what I cling on because I feel I can do it because of Bill Knotts can do it. And the other one is Carrie from Homestead How. Um, and for different reasons, he's my hero. Even though he's the one that I say introduced me to Bill, but it was through a video I happened to fall upon. I fell upon a video of Carrie from Homestead How doing an interview for Bill Knotts. So Carrie is someone that I highly respect. And it's not just his journey to lose weight, it's what he's done for the carnivore community to this point. So those two are my top two. And then you have all the ones after it, like Dr. Ken Berry and stuff like that. There's a lot of them. But those two are the ones that I feel saved my life as those two people. So and I wrote letters to Bill. Carrie actually from Homestead How, his wife and him have been in this chat room one night. They came in. I think it was probably the 8 o'clock live one though. But he came in on one of those lives and I just bawled crying. I when I realized he was in my chat, I just bawled. So and he and I have talked in an email. I was concerned that I never expected that the community would react. I like Anthony Chafee too. He's just very, very strict. And I mean, his journey is a little bit different than everybody else, even though he's not wrong. He's just right into, more of the lion, the primal side to carnivore. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I mean, it's perfectly right. He's right. It's just that I'll probably on carnivore for probably at least another year or two. But once I'm healthy, I want to maintain it through keto and not just that's how I'm seeing my journey long term. But I'm going to stay strict carnivore all the way through this. It's just that at some point, when I feel healthy enough and I'm strong enough and everything, I'm just going to switch over to keto. Where Anthony Chafee, he's just a lifer. Not that I'm saying that's bad. I'm not. I think it's great. I think he's awesome. I watch his videos a lot because you can learn a lot from that. You understand he's the doctor and you can understand what he's saying. He talks it down to our terms and not where you have to look up every word that they say, you can actually understand what he's saying. So he's a strong carnivore. I like him. It's just I know that my journey isn't going to put me there. It might, the way he's doing it. It might. I mean, this week, I did the 7 day beef only challenge. I got through that fine, and he would, think cheerio. So I don't know. He's good, but yeah, he's one. He's probably right there in the top four. He's probably right there with Dr. Berry. But no one's gonna make the top two. And that's Bill and Carrie. And then after those, I don't know. There's just a lot of okay people. There's a lot of people that I respect. They're doing great. The what do they call her? The butter girl or something? She eats the butter. Because of her, I eat butter. I had, probably a quarter stick of butter with my hamburger tonight as a side. So I've learned stuff from her. So there's a lot of good people out there that you can learn different things from. And this is gonna probably sound bad, but I touched it a little bit when I was on my walk this morning. I was saying I look at carnivore like someone who has the flu that in order to feel better, they're eating some chicken soup. And once they get over the flu, over their illness, they go back to their regular diet. So because I started keto, but it wasn't strong enough, so I went right to carnivore. So I see this as my journey while I'm healing, while I'm feeling better, as that chicken soup. I'm eating all meat, I'm eating carnivore. But I see myself going right back to the keto diet after I'm healthy to maintain it. And some people say, oh my God, no, you can't do that. You're not a true carnivore. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. I won't be a carnivore probably like Anthony Chaffee, but that's okay. That's still not wrong. Yeah, me too. And I don't think anyone's wrong for, choosing to live the lifestyle they want. They want, especially if they're getting healthy. Because it's not one way to get healthy. There's multiple ways. You just got to find the right one for you. You have to do you. But I'm 65 years old, and my time at this point in my life is limited. I can't mess around and do the wrong diet anymore. I have to do the diet that my body I know responds to, so that I can hurry up, get healthy, and go on living. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Now, what about you guys? What are your favorite carnivores? You know, what is your story? Do you speak Spanish? I'm turning the page, turning it on to you guys. No. Uh, over here snoring away, dreaming. I like most of them and try to learn from all of them. Yeah, they all have good things to say. I was an exchange student in Cochabamba, Bolivia. Took 4 years of Spanish. Oh, Squeaky Bum. Definitely Carrie and Bill. Laura Spath. No Cob Life. And of course you. Oh. Oh. Laura, is she the one that's got two kids? Oh, I think it is. She travels sometimes. I haven't seen her for a while. If it's the same one I'm thinking of. I used to watch her a lot last year when I was on the carnivore diet. I like them all, but I watch new people mostly. I like to encourage others and see their progress. Yes, yes, that's her. Yeah, I used to like watching her videos a lot. I haven't watched her this round though. I haven't seen her come up in my feed or anything. But yeah, I liked her. Hello all. How is everyone doing? You're looking good, Graham. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, thank you. You're shopping. And I'm sure there's a lot more people out there. I just haven't come across many of them yet. I mean, there is a lot of people out there. I just haven't watched a lot of them. Want a game and chair. Oh, that's what you're shopping for? I am still working on the same one. This is the last panel of an Afghan. It's a mile a minute Afghan. It's going to have 18 panels like this, different colors. And I'm going to probably tomorrow night, I'm going to start stitching them all together to make a blanket or an Afghan. I prefer just staring at. Yeah, me too. He was on a video not too long ago and he didn't have a shirt on. I must admit, I watched that video a couple of times. Not for what he was saying. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Oh, you got a $100 Amazon card. Oh, wonderful. I'd be shopping too. Yeah, he is nice. He's nice looking. And a very nice muscular body too. I'll never tell. But I can share that if the carnivore really builds men like that, I think all men need to get on the carnivore diet. That's what I say. That pee story was great. Made you nervous, did it? Uh, uh, I have a couple of pee stories, but I'm not gonna more tonight. People are gonna think I'm weird. They already probably think I'm weird. That's okay. Everyone thinks I'm weird. My kids even tell me I'm weird all the time. I don't know how many times my daughter Jenny would come to me and say, "Mom, you need to stop telling people those stories. That is not proper thing to talk about in public. You're embarrassing me." Uh, so I can't help myself. I gotta share. It's not every day you hear a pee story like that. You don't think I'm weird? Uh, uh, I think I drive my kids crazy. They keep saying, "Mom, you must be getting dementia or something." I said, I, s- I just start acting like it. Where did I put my keys? I can't find my keys nowhere. Or my glasses. I'll put my glasses up here and I can't find my glasses anywhere. And then I'll find it because I got like 5 pair of glasses because I leave them everywhere. And so I'll put in and I lift them up in my head. I can't find my glasses. They can say, we're gonna put you in a nursing home. They're always threatening me. They gotta put me in a nursing home because I'm weird. Oh, you're here for the weird. uh, I've been I've been doing some flower motifs, but what I don't know yet. Maybe curtains or I have to. Hey, yeah. My mother did some flower motifs and made a bedspread years and years ago. It's a beautiful bedspread too. Now, if Dr. Chafee comes in this room, I'll probably end up fainting, just so you know. Oh, yep, I can see it now. Oh my God. It's like the cell phone. Kids, where is my phone? Because they don't see my phone. Yes, Mom, it's in your hand. Yeah, that would be something I would do. Do I take crochet orders? I never thought about it. The only time I've taken crochet orders is when my kids say, "Hey, Mom, I need a baby blanket. Can you make me one for a friend at work that's having a baby? Or do you got a teddy bear that I can have?" Well, see, the thing is about taking orders for, a crochet blanket is that the yarn now is so expensive. It's like insane. And people don't realize that they would have to pay a crazy amount for a blanket because it would cost so much. Like I've already and each one of these is $12.99. $12.99. So that's $24 just in this color. So when people ask me like that, it's like, yeah, but are you gonna want to pay for something that expensive? 12.99 is great if it's like personal or you're making something as a gift. But I don't see how sellers can sell the stuff, unless people really, really wanted something. Um, let's see. What were some of my victories this week? I should write them down. This week so far, it's been I get to losing 26 pounds. So that means I get to have my steak I've been saving for my 25 victory march, my 25-pound victory meal that I'm going to be eating tomorrow night. So that's a victory. I'm able to walk a little bit further than my driveway this past week. So that's a victory. I made it through the 30-day challenge, and now I'm about to finish. I just got to get through breakfast. Last Monday at breakfast, I had bacon and eggs. So I have to get through that breakfast time to say I've completed the 7-day beef challenge. So, and I did really well weight wise. I'm trying not to do this specifically about weight. I just like to keep track. So that's some stuff that I've done so far. Oh, and another victory. I don't know if you've heard me talk about it. My wife got yarn from, oh, going out of business sale. Lucky her. Um, and I call it, for anyone that's been watching the videos knows that I have a massive, probably it was like about this big, that dangles. Um, it's from mounds. If you know where your pubic hair was, well, that mounds has gotten and hangs down, and it's the size of a basketball. And it was very, very, very hard, like like tight hard. It was hard, like a rock almost. And that has now started to shrink. And now instead of it being hard when I touch it, it's very soft and is not as heavy as it used to be. So that's a victory. So I'm hoping that like is one of the first things that if that alone, I get rid of that alone, I can become more mobile because I walk funny. I walk like, you don't really see me walking, but I walk like I'm bull legged because of that hang. Like I waddle like I'm a pregnant lady. Okay, what is going on here, Shell? Since jumping in the lake. Okay. Oh, congrats. Did I miss one of her posts? I must have missed something. Wait a minute. Maybe it's on. Maybe they're not in live chat. Oh, I'm down 121 pounds as of yesterday. Oh, that is awesome. Wow. Awesome. Awesome, Spellbell. Shellbell. That is awesome. Ah, I'm so happy for you. One of these days, I'm going to say that 121 pounds. I'm going to be able to say that one day, real soon. Today is day 416 carnivore diet. There, okay. Yeah, so awesome. I'm so glad you shared that awesome victory with us. And that's why being here is so damn important. We need people to talk about their victories. It gives all of us hope. It gives me hope. Thank you. I think this is great. And to me, that's what this community needs is a place where you can say your victories and let everyone know because we're all here for each other, and that's the great part about doing something like this is that we can share our journey. I can go out there right now and tell someone that and someone in my family that I lost 25 pounds and they'd be like, yeah, okay. And yeah, okay. But I can come in here and say I lost 25 pounds and I get all kinds of support, great job, awesome, thumbs up, whatever. Yeah, and it's great. It's what I need to hear, not yeah, okay. You see what I mean? Do you guys feel the same way with your families, the people that you hang with? Do you get that? It's like mine is just so used to me always going on a different diet. It's like they've known me to be on every diet under the sun. It's like this is just the only thing I'm doing different, which they're proud about, is me doing it on this channel. They're proud about that, but they think I'm being too honest and open. But my motto is keeping it real. Got to keep it real. Yes, it is. It is much more than weight loss. It's also just like me going out and facing my fears, my anxieties, mental health issues. You get well mentally too. You also, there's a lot of things that. Hi, Nick. Welcome to the channel. I still have about 30, 35 more pounds to go. Mine. What was your top weight, Shell? If you don't mind sharing that. Yeah, mine's mostly. I want to be more mobile, and yeah, and being able to do things for myself. 320. Okay. All right. So see, I just saw that number and I just went under it. So kudos. Uh, there is hope for me to lose another 125, another 120 pounds. Oh, so you just went under 200 then. Great. I took a 15-year crocheting hiatus and had a half finished blanket that I decided about 6 months ago to get out and start up again. Went to get the yarn, and my goodness, the prices are crazy now. Yes, they are. That's why I'm saying it's almost doubled in like the last 2 years. And the reason for that is because I'm not going to go getting political, but a lot of it is because of the tariffs. Because all of our yarn gets shipped over here from other countries. It's not much is made here in America. We get it from all over the places, and they they got to charge for shipping. They got to charge because of the tariffs. Unfortunately, what country is it? It's I know the country. I see it on my yarn all the time, and a lot of it they ship it over here ready, but it gets like the wrapper put on or whatever. It's prepared here for other things. Turkey. Thank you, Nikki. I'm looking. I was like, I know that country. Yeah, if you notice, a lot of yarn comes from Turkey, and it's expensive to get that over here now. Doing a dance. that feeling. Just keep remembering your your why. Be proud of yourself for staying true to yourself. Yeah. And my why, like I said, has to do mostly with my grandkids. I'm missing out so much. And they're missing out. They're missing out their grandmother being there and cheering them on. And I feel so bad and guilty about that every day. And they don't want to see, at my head, I'm thinking to myself, they don't want to see a great big huge person coming to their school to watch a play and have grandma break a chair, you know, unfortunately. And I say that not because I wouldn't break a chair. I say that because I have broken some chairs in the past. So I know that it's possible. I got hurt at work because I broke a chair because of my size. Yeah. So, and I want to change that. I'm done dying. I want to start living because just being here, sitting here by myself all day and all night, crocheting, I'm just dying. And that hit me hard one night. I'm just sitting here dying. I'm not sitting here living. How am I living? Because I inhale and exhale? Is that what I want for the last of my life? Is, yeah. I mean, crocheting, I make nice things, I give them to people, and I get gratification because they're happy with it. But the bottom line is, I was saying, um, I'm making something for each of my kids to remind them of me when I die. Because I was expecting, I'm a big person, I'm going to die. I don't have too much time left. So I'm rushing to get all these Afghans and stuff made so that they could have a blanket of me to wrap around them like a hug. And my blankets are memory blankets. Like making this blanket, when I'm crocheting this, I'm thinking of all of you guys. And I'm thinking, all these good times that I'm sharing with you, all the struggles that I'm sharing with you, all those memories are in this blanket. So when one of you win this, you're winning the memories of our time together. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but it does to me. So I've been sitting here for the last 2 years making blankets for my kids so they'd have something of me when I die because I was just waiting to die. And when I finally realized what I was doing, and I had just made my son a blanket, I had one more son, one more kid, one more person that is close to me. It was just one more person. And I'm like, I got to stop. I got to continue living. I can't, you know, doing things for my death for my kids. I want to live. I want to watch them grow. I want to watch them grow old. I want to make some old memory blankets, but not because I'm dying. Oh, my kids keep saying, Mom, you sound morbid when you talk like that. But it's the truth. Yeah. It's like you really want to go to those places with your kids and your grandkids, but physically you can't. You're not healthy enough to go. Living blankets, freedom. Yes, yeah, I gotta change my mindset to that. Living blankets, freedom. That's what I should make. A freedom blanket. A freedom blanket. Living blankets. Yeah, because all these years I've been making blankets for the dying, for when I die. That and sweaters, because it's my hug. When I'm gone, they can put on a sweater and wrap themselves in it, and just, and I tell them, and just, that, yeah, that hug is me hugging you. I don't know. I gotta stop being all mushy because I'm getting teary eyed. Um, I did, but this past month and a half, I see it as something I could possibly overcome, but it would take a long, long time. So I'm going to say yes, I do, but something that if I work hard at for over a great length of time, I could overcome, if that makes sense. I have no problem eating seafood. I would eat seafood tomorrow. Well, actually, today if I wanted to. I always eat shrimp and I eat all kinds of seafood. Catfish, even. I even like catfish. But salmon, yeah, I would eat it all. It's all, to me, meat. I love, I love scallops. I love clams. I love all that stuff. Love tuna fish. I have tons and tons of tuna fish. Okay, you take care and get some sleep. Get some sleep. Um, the thing about Maine lobsters is you got to be careful with because sometimes they're called Maine lobsters because everyone wants Maine lobsters, but oftentimes the lobsters are actually from someplace else, like up in Canada or something like that, and they call them Maine lobsters when they're really not. That's where I was a year ago saying I didn't have a life worth living. I didn't want to live it. Brain fog, unable to walk, my memory was shot. I was non functional, long term fasting saved me. Yeah, and I also do fasting. It's not long term like yours, but every day I try to eat within a window. I try to fast for 18 hours every day because anything over 12 hours, you begin to heal. There's like that healing or phase after 12 hours. So I always try to go at least 18 hours. Sometimes I do 20 hours and I'll do like 4 hour window. So I'll eat at the beginning of 4 hours, then I'll eat again, but not as big at the end of the 4 hours. Yeah. So I do that a lot. I do that every day. I do that every day. Right. So I believe that doing doing fasting uh, heals. I believe that very intensely. Some countries like Germany actually have like almost like a clinic, um, but it's an overnight type stay place. So I guess you'd call it like a little mini hospitals or little mini rehabs, but it's all got to do with fasting. And on average, it's like a 2 week fasting period. And they have no problem filling the place up because there's so many people that go in there for 2 week fastings. Some of them even longer than that. And a lot of that, the fasting will heal things like asthma, heal all kinds of ailments, stomach issues, all kinds of things. It heals. But the government actually pays for it as part of their health plan. It's just a long waiting list to go to it. So it's not like you can decide today you want to go and get into one of those places next week. They're hard to you have to sign up to get into one of those. So if something like that is that big in another country, I'd say something real is going on with it. I eat shrimp, tuna, and fish at least twice a week. I have in the past done that. I just got the some tuna fish. I just got some um, shrimp, but then I went from the regular 30-day challenge into the beef, and so all that stuff will be open to me after about 10 o'clock this morning, and about I got about another 7 more hours or so. ADF, doing a ADF challenge with a members group YouTube channel is called Convo Quest. What do you mean by an ADF? I probably know it, I just don't recall it. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, I've done those before too. I just hadn't heard that phrase in a long time. But I've done like 36-hour fast and stuff like that. Um, I've done fast like every Saturday, and then I got to slowly got into every day. So I'm doing every day. I've been doing everyday fasting for a long time, really, off and on. That might be why I didn't gain the whole 120 pounds. Instead, I only gained half. Good night, Squeaky. Thank you for coming by, and I hope to see you again soon. It was nice talking to you. Kind of request. They do lives. Oh, at 11:30 a.m. Okay. It's good that someone's doing them during the morning like that every day. Good. I'm glad. Sweet dreams. I'm trying to get this done. Once I get this panel done, I'm probably going to go too, guys. Jen, hello, hello, hello. Well, how you been? Grammy, you have lost it before you can do it again and keep it off this time. Yes, yes. And this time I'm not going to use the excuse, well, it's holiday time. No sense going on a diet then. I made it through my daughter's birthday, so I know I can easily make it through Thanksgiving because I'm going over to my daughter's to eat, but I'm bringing my own food. I'll eat her turkey, but I'm bringing my own little side dishes this time, and I'm just gonna stay on it. I'm just gonna. I This means a lot to me. I don't have too many more years and second chances and third chances left. I have to do it. You are literally the voice in my head. Aw, I hope that's a good thing. Love the red plaid. It's it's very light. I thought it was a true plaid when I bought it, and it's not really. It's a very almost like a silky feel. Very soft, very light, not heavy at all. But this room is so cold. I wanted a long sleeve shirt, but when I wear this, I start getting warm. It's like oh, I go from cold to hot, cold to hot, cold to hot. It's driving me crazy. Listen to your body. It will let you know it's not worth caving into foods you shouldn't eat. Exactly. And this time I'm not going to do it. I already told all the kids I'm not going to fail. Not going to do it. Don't let it happen. Give me hell. Yeah. There might be. You never know. All my shirts are getting too big. It's like, oh, another one's too big. Uh, I keep saying I need to just buy button up shirts, but all my button up shirts are long sleeve shirts, and it's too hot out there to go wearing long sleeve shirts. So I wish it would hurry up and cool down. Not that you see much with my cleavage. You're not going to see anything because my nipples are so far down that you wouldn't see anything even if the shirt fell off my body. You wouldn't see anything because my nipples are pointing behind me. They're not pointing down, they're pointing that way, behind my boob. So you won't even see nipplage. I will. Now it's gonna. That's the first time I ever noticed it even there. Now I'm gonna see it and I'm gonna remember. I'm gonna have to go over there and like touch it. Oh, I love you, baby. My hero. You kept me walking. I bet you feel so, so good in all my special places. All right, I gotta shut up. I wonder if there was a tall woman's tops. That would be longer. I know, right? I gotta check into that or something. When I was a nurse and dressing the elderly, sometimes we would accidentally tuck their titties into their pants. Well, you could do that with mine. I've done that actually. Because when my you couldn't tell now because they're way down here, but they were at one time full boobs. I breastfed. That was what caused them to go away, really. Because you blow them up when you're gaining milk, and then they deflate because you feed them. Then they blow up, and then they deflate. Eventually, they just sag after you've fed 4 kids from those inflated boobs. They eventually stay deflated, and they sag. Yeah, mine are empty balloons now, and I'm worried that if once I lose my belly, my boobs won't have nothing to rest on, and they're going to dangle down to the floor. 7 more days of one meal a day, then another 21-day fast. Last one, I think. I'll be at my goal weight of 185 pounds. Wow. Top weight was 343. I wish I could say that. My top weight was over 400. But way to go. Yes. You're going to have to let us know, John, when you get down to that weight. I want to know. Don't wake the baby, but how's the kiddo doing? The doggy can't remember her name. Her name is Baby. So you did say don't wake the baby. So you're correct. You had her name in your sentence. But she's doing good. She's in there sleeping. She had another one of those days where I sat outside. We had company today, and she got to play outside quite a bit. And so when she doesn't, you can tell if she's had a busy day because she doesn't get to sleep and she comes in here at night and she just falls asleep. Believe me. Normally, when it's just me sitting in the chair all day, she's usually in my lap. She's, doesn't stay in there. She comes in here now and goes in there and drops because ah, she doesn't get to sleep because I'm outside. I'm, doing things. And she goes outside too, so she doesn't get to nap all day. Poor doggy. You poor doggy. It's so glad to hear that a lot of people are doing good. A lot of people considering, starting, and a lot of people just starting. I think it's excellent. This is almost done now. I only got just that right there, but it's got 18 panels like this, and it's gonna be Afghan or a blanket, a small blanket. It's gonna be a long small blanket. Healing humanity. Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait till that documentary comes out. But Cindy. Good night, midnight. I'm leaving here in just a minute. I'm just gonna finish this blanket and I'm out of here for the night. Oh, it's 197 today. Well, you're getting down there. Dang. Now, how long has it taken you, John? Yay. Ugh. I eat one meal a day anyway, unless I eat chicken or something not so fatty for dinner. Then I may eat a small lunch the next day. Yeah. Well, I eat right around 4 or 5 o'clock, right around in there, for my first meal of the day. That's of course p.m. in the afternoon, and then I eat again about between 8 and 9 o'clock, depending on if I have a live at 8 or not. So I'm eating 2 meals a day, but it's like a burger, and I might have some butter, or it might be a burger and some bacon, and an egg and some butter. So it depends on how much I've eaten. But I have gone some days with just having like the burger and some beef tips or something. But I always try to keep it within a window, a 6 hour window, so that I'm not eating for 18 hours. Plato had it right when he said, "Let thy food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food." Yep, yep. You're at 197. Ugh. You must have been so joyous when you got under 200 like that. I know. I would be smiling. I would be so proud of myself. 20 something years ago, when I married my husband, 25 years this year. I was well under 200. I was in a size 12. I could get into some 10s, but mostly 12s. And I think I was like 160, 170. It was under 200. And to think that when we got married, I was that small compared to where I'm at today, 25 years later. I gained a lot of weight back. A lot of weight back, a lot of weight gain. 15 years open heart surgery slowed down a lot. I know that's what I'm excited about. And I get mad at myself because if I would have just stayed on the carnivore diet last year instead of going off from it last summer, and now a whole year has gone by, where I could be right now. So it's like, man, I wasted a whole year. That's why now I can't. I'm too old to keep wasting years. I don't have too many years left. I got to do it this time. It's my last chance. I know it's my last chance. There's no more, going off and gaining weight back again. This is it. This is the last time, the last chance I have to get healthy. I'm being straightforward with that. I'm 65 years old. My mother died when she was 72. She died of Alzheimer's, dementia. So I'm looking at it on average. I've got about 7 years if I have the same time limit. 7 years, and so I don't have much time left to get healthy so I can enjoy life. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my mom is going through that now. Had she kept it up along with me? Yeah, yeah. Well, I learned, Lorraine. I learned. So yeah. Well, actually, I keep saying I'm 65, but I'm not actually 65 for another 11 days because my birthday's on the 11th. So I'll be 65 then. So time is bypassing me by, and I can either remain sick and caught in my chair, unable to walk as I was, or I can continue to stay this path and live. Because the other option is to die. There is no other option. It's life or death. That's it for me. And I want to live. I want to win. I I should have already done all my learning. I need to win. Oh. Um, at, at, Also, at one point, keto stopped working, so I had to figure that out. I was at 227 at that time. Then went back to 257 up till 3 months ago. Oh, okay. We are winning. Exactly. Not really. I thought I would stop at 215 pounds, but come to find out I lost all the muscles I had 22. Well, I think that happens to most of us anyway. I used to love my legs when I was younger, you know, and now it's not like they used to be. I would try to get on my knees on the floor and get back up. Ooh, yes, yes, it is. I get to have steak for the next meal. No, I'm gonna wait till 8. I love it. I love this way of eating. I don't have no problem because I mean I miss eating bread, but I don't miss it to the point where I can't do this. I will say though that I'm glad I didn't do 14 days of just beef. I am glad because I was getting mighty tired of beef. Well, I weighed myself when I woke up. I lost 9.3 pounds and hit a new century. What do you mean by you hit a new century? I have been fighting those same 9 pounds for months. Well, congratulations, another victory. Yeah. I love it when we have victories, guys. I love listening to victories. I think it's awesome. Where there's victories, there's hope. And where there's hope, there's success. So we got to have our victories. Yeah, woohoo. That's right. Got to have victories. Love it. I'm not a promise breaker. So I just remembered my promise and tried it. It took a few minutes to figure it out, but I got it down and up. Yeah, when you're at a plateau, there's a few things you can do, but a lot of people don't like those options. There's fasting that breaks the plateaus. There's doing something like an egg fast that has broken plateaus for me. I've done um, something like this, a beef only, um, broke a plateau for me in the past. That's why I didn't mind doing it again. There's a lot of different things you can do to break a, a plateau. Yeah, when I make a promise, I try not to break it. So when I make a promise, I want to fulfill that promise. So that's why I won't do a 90 days to the carnivore diet because I don't want to make it so that I can't, you know, I don't want to break my promise. So I do things for like 7 days or 30 days. That's a little bit shorter. I don't like going anything over 7 days. I know that sounds weird. Like, well, if this is going to be a lifetime journey, why are you not committing to 90 days? It's mental. It's something I wouldn't even do that, in normal life. I don't commit anything in a long term. Who knows? Maybe I'll find another diet that suddenly comes out that's much better than carnivore. Not likely, but you never know. And I won't break that promise that I made. So that's why I can't do 90 days or 100 days or 30 days or 30 weeks or a year. I just got off a stall from this past month, so I had to change a couple of things to reset. Yeah, that's where I was in April, desperate and angry. Oh, I get really, really angry at the medical profession. I get so angry with them, and it just they 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 just pass the buck, and it drives me insane. Like I remember, I had a doctor years ago, and through all my children's birth, and he was my family physician, and he took care of everything. If I had to have a pap smear, he took care of it. If I had to have this or that, he took care of it. I mean, he took care of me all through my pregnancies and everything, ear infections, the kids, everything. Nowadays, they don't take care of nothing. They send you off to a specialist with everything. I needed a pap smear. Well, he says, you need a pap smear because I hadn't had one in 30 years. And I said, yeah. He goes, well, I'm going to send you over to the specialist. Well, why can't you do one here in the office? And he goes, oh, I don't do pap smears. And so I'm thinking to myself, then I shouldn't even be going to you if you can't even do something as basic as something like that. I mean, yes, it's just a big, huge money, you know, big money thing. That's all it is. It just irritates me. And then you don't even know, you think that it's all paid for, and then you get a bill, a secret bill that you get in the mail afterwards. One from the lab, one from this, one from that. And just from that one doctor's appointment that you went to, you end up getting a bill for about $2,000, $3,000. It's like, what? Just from one doctor's appointment? Are you insane? Because everyone takes a piece. So it's never just a, 15, 20-minute doctor's appointment. It involves mega people and everyone's going to bill you, even if you have insurance. So ridiculous. Yeah, everything is so weird nowadays compared to what it was like when you was younger. It's just insane. I don't even trust them anymore. It's just I just don't trust them. Oh wow. Afghan's earthquake death toll is now risen to 622. I did, that's what I'm getting on my news feed. Insane. I may be on a week fast, but if meat is available, I'll eat it. Oh, that's right. Celebrating with beef and bacon Saturday. Grandma, did you see what I said about my YouTube channel? No, I didn't. Let me look back. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Their referral services. Yeah, I got it. I just was watching it. That's why I'm smiling. Your little white dog howling. I had a dog that would do that when I sang. Talk about making me feel bad. Oh, funny. Yeah, it's a cute dog too. So cute. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna head out. I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed, take a shower, head for the hay, spend my night, get up, do my walk, and then face my day. I'll be able to have some bacon and eggs. Check that off. I will be getting up and down every day now, and when I wake up, I'm going to start walking outside. There you go. That's what I'm doing. I go outside and walk before I even have my first cup of coffee. I drink some water and go for a walk. So, on that note, I am going to let you go. So, I will see you all later. I will like it right now. There you go. It's like, oh, hopefully you catch me tomorrow. Good night, bye. Good night for next time. So having a good night, you guys. Thank you for coming here and keeping me company. Thank you very much. So I will see you, or hopefully I see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Three, two, one. Ending the stream.